Okay. I'm running a few tests. Well, not tests, but making sure everything's going well. Okay, that's a bit of a delay. Not a big fan of the delay. Okay, I'm pretty sure my keyboard is getting picked up. Okay, I believe that's enough self promotion on Discord. So I will be back once the stream is ready to start. When I'm ready to get started. I mean, that doesn't look too bad for the visual video capture. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. Now that feels right. That's been bugging me for a while. There we go. That feels a lot better now. So, welcome everyone. I'm going to be starting the stream shortly. Yeah. I look like a goofball and I'm happy with it. Okay, let's get that turned on. That turned on. I was about to say, why did the game capture not turn on? Okay. So we're in Wizard City. We are supposed to be in Celestia, getting started with Celestia. Problem is, we are nowhere. I do not believe we are anywhere near ready. Even with me doing some magic weaving into Storm, but I do not believe we are ready. I've done some of the quests off camera. I've worked on Selenopolis off camera, namely killing all the charmed slaves. But one thing I want to do is I want to work backwards. So what I mean by that is today's going to be mostly nothing but side quests. And I don't mean that as in the side quests I currently have. I mean I'm going to be going to Dragonspire and going and doing the equivalent of find all the quests in Dragonspire. Considering I can farm Dragonspire for spell elements, that makes sense. Well, it's good to know Monstrologist Burke is here, just no cards for Monstrology, the Stone Roses.
Wizard, has you seen any stone roses? I'm looking for a whole stack of them. Hidden all over. Let me know when you get them stone roses, and I'll give you a little something for your efforts.
Well, I know one of the Stone Roses is supposed to be, somewhere like over here. Possibly. The Basilica is literally right where we are. There's not many places it can hide here because there's not a lot of places it can legitimately be. What about the Arthenium? Do we have anything in the Arthenium as a side quest? Milos.
It's so difficult to remember all that I once knew. You know what would help?
Books.
Our library once housed a magnificent 7-volume series on the history of Dragonspire.
Okay, why is your staff invisible?
We thought that the Dragon Titan would destroy the library, so we hid the volumes throughout Dragonspire. Could you bring them back to me?
Sure, can we point out that, KI? I don't know if you guys can see it, but if you look right here, we see an outline of a staff. Well, the head of the staff right here. Then you see the rough shape of the handle right here. So, yeah. Tail of Fallen. Okay, I can't interact with that. Good to know. Go with the next one in the Tower Archives. Tower Archives is over here. Okay. At which I'm just going to do the mini tram because the mini tram is a bit faster. Not fitting to the world, I'll give you guys that one, but... but faster nonetheless. Now we might actually see these characters actually do some form of harm to me.
Thank goodness you came. Darn, we must gain access to that tower and learn what can be done to help the Knowledge Keeper. The pirate ravagers wander the streets. Perhaps they have more information.
Probably. Do I have the right spells on me? No. Why would I have the right spells? I'm a paladin. I charge head first. So, charging head first sort of seems to be a good plan. Also, welcome those who are currently in the stream. Now I'll go with Wraith because there's a chance that I eat through the guy's resistance. Yeah, ate through it. I heard the skeletal death. Give me the blade. An actual spell that I should have feared a few worlds ago. Maybe Mushu at the earliest, really. Thank you. I don't care about the 30-ish points of resistance. Might need to rotate my fan. Ooh, we got another Wraith. Okay. One more power pip, please. That's not gonna hurt. Or hurt me more than I thought it would. Wraith. Even through that resistance, that is surprising. Okay, that's just auto.
Fantastic! This note the note says that the tower is locked, and that they've taken the key of passage to the Lara Moon Wraiths
Well,
might have to fight her.
well, you're already dead. You're a ghost. Valara is probably also a ghost. This is not a little ways away. But I should be able to do this without theoretically without a problem.
We can see into your mind, little wizard. Mere flesh cannot hide your intent from us. You seek the key this one possesses? Come and take it from us.
Sure, let me just put some prisms in my spell deck. And immediately delete my duplicate spells and start powering up. And we'll go with Moon Shield for now. Still minus 20. I'll take that. Damage over time. Deathblade. Threefold Fever would be good on this one to get rid of the minion. But putting Threefold Fever on her would allow me to do more damage come the at this point, if I do Threefold Fever, then Monster Mash, it should kill the Rock Reaver. If I understand that correctly. It's been a while since I've had this weight on my shoulders. And I'm talking about the chainmail. Now Monster Mash was at the hit of the land. It'll be the hit of this battle. Yeah, a little bit more than just the hit of the land. I think that was the hit of the tower. I believe the tower took that and went, can someone recount? Can someone tell me which car just plowed right through the front door? I need the prism that I can do the death traps. Okay, I might need to heal. Might need to heal. I'm still very much in the danger zone. I gotta heal, so I'm gonna take the penalty. Still plus 10% through the resistance. Okay, I did base damage, basically. Let's do Spirit Trap. I might be able to pull it off twice. Because if I do Spirit Trap, then I do, Prism and another Spirit Trap, it should trigger the Prism. Well, trigger the Death Trap, the Prism, then the Life Trap. If I am understanding my spells correctly. Empower would have been a good one, but I don't really have the health to sacrifice. Is she gonna hat? This is gonna hurt. Ouch. I literally need a healing spell. Or at least I need a spell that I can guarantee will do a decent hit. Like Wraith. Yep, use the life trap. I was expecting it to. That's a good heal. Waste of a 0-pip spell and a death trap, but better to do some damage than none. Ice Wyvern with minus 50 and minus... Wow. Minus 105%. Still did a bare minimum. Okay, we can get another prism. Actually, what we could do is another Kia, which will do reduced damage, blade, and then, which we get a blade, then we death blade, then we do our final attack. Need to stretch my legs. Because even if you cast a weakness, that's not going to do squat against a plus 45. On top of a plus 35. Ooh, even better. Oh, we're going to end this on a bang. We are most definitely ending this on a bang. I might be taking extra hits, but that's fine. That wasn't so fine. I mean, what I could do now is throw the blade, but I'll just pass. For now, take the extra hit. Now we end this with the hit of the land. Now, if only that was a healing spell, not just a direct hit. Sepulchral. Hey, that's actually wouldn't have been half bad. Go back to Cataline.
Fantastic! You've recovered the key of passage. Now, with the key of passage, go quickly to the eastern. Time is of the essence. The fate of our knowledge rests in your own hands.
As we just got some more Wraith treasure card, well, spellment cards, and we are being sent down to, I think it's Oska's tower. We really need the healing. Yep. Let's hope this isn't a cheating bias. Oh, check. Guys, I thought I was done avoiding the slave. Okay, time to free these ones. Okay, we could eat through that resistance, no problem. As long as, we get traps on all of them. And Ship of Fools or, Deer Knight. I'm sorry. Noah, if you're in the stream, please message. Live streaming while having my having certain rules broken. Oh, how about the fact that I was supposed to do this solo, Noah? Blemish health. Okay, that's helpful.
Help, I say. Can anyone help that Black Blade? I can't believe I fell for his deception. I knew his desire to summon the Titan, and yet I could not, because I wouldn't reveal his secret. Black Blade trapped me in this room, bound to these ghosts. I quickly smashed the orbs around this room and eliminate the ghosts before their evil overlord returns.
I have a feeling we have a boss fight after I destroy the third orb.
Your reckless vandalism will cost you. You'll suffer for that, and your ghost will spend eternity in one of my orbs.
Yeah, it was a boss fight. I knew it was going to be a boss fight. This is a boss fight. I get actually. That's instantly going to be killed, most likely. Probably instantly killed. Yeah. I called it too.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe you defeated the Overlord. You've shown me that there is a... Now that I'm free, it's time to leave this place and use the knowledge of Dragonspire. Perhaps we'll meet again.
Undead vestment. Sundial. Okay. Plaza of Conquest. But, Noah, if you're in the stream, it's like, if you can, please use the, stream chat if you can. Plaza of Conquest will be over here. I mean, I think I'm pretty fitting for this world right now. Given what I'm wearing. Render Dawnbringer.
I have need of your assistance, young wizard. As a spirit, I am unable to fight. My sword has lost. We can work as an unbeatable team. I know this Titan army. They are readying their forces again. If they have a plan, that can't be good for the living.
Yeah, defeat Draconians. Doesn't matter what type of Draconian, just Draconians. Which I'll gladly do the Empower to open. You know, that's never made sense to me. Why are you using spells that are going to not help you? Faint and Lord of Night should be enough to take out the Infiltrator with this weakness. Scorpion. Oh no. Ugh. Honestly, Scorpion isn't worth... Apparently, neither is my accuracy worth anything. That spell, on the other hand, will do me harm. Wraith it is. I'll take the 500 health. That more than negates the Storm Shark. You're going to attack this turn, so... And I don't have time to do threefold. Fever, so... Monster Mash will not be the hit of this land. Good to know I don't need traps or blades to fight the veterans. As much as I would open with Empower again, I have Deer Knight coming up next turn, so I will Blade and then Deer Knight. It is breaking what rules? Basically, and I'm guessing this is Noah or someone joining the stream, so thank you for joining the stream, Haven. One of the rules I had set in place is this is supposed to be a solo challenge of Wizard101. Now, that rule has been broken multiple times in the past, and it's going to be broken multiple times in the future. I'm not that hard on that. I'm not that fixated on that rule because of the situation. Now, he's going to die. The other one is not going to die. Like I said, dead. Other people have already... Yeah, I know, and it's not that that's the problem. Well, part of it is, and I know that's something I could easily fix. Actually, I might do enough damage with these next two turns. Possibly. But that isn't the main problem that I have. The main problem I have... Hey, a spell that's actually going to harm me for once. Never mind. Thank you, my rabbit friend. But basically, the main problem is going to be the people who run into my fights and to help them while they're working on quests. In that regard, I don't have a huge problem with it because that's beyond my control. Yeah, he's dead. There's no point in me doing a spell. Me taking the health though is worth it. I have multiple times. Game 3, friend notifications. Privacy allow, friend teleports. There we go.
You finished him off? Good work. I see that a warrior must be the best way to try sneaking into the draconian camp nearby. Return here when you retrieve the battle plans. Remember.
I don't think I'm going to be leveling up by doing these side quests. Again, the only reason I really am doing these side quests is because I don't really have any other way of leveling up. If I go into Celestia, hello Tamris, you're a new one. I have a feeling I'll be fighting you shortly. But basically, I needed some way to level up, and doing the side quests is the best I could think of. Well, this isn't inconspicuous at all. None whatsoever. Didn't just drive my tram directly to those plans or anything. I'll give that this world is in ruins, but these draconians apparently don't understand that that isn't also an insulting term of phrase.
Excellent reconnaissance, young wizard. Now that these plans tell us they're preparing for an assault against the citadel. All of their both of them should be in the area, surveying the terrain in preparation for.
Hey, I called that I'd be fighting those two.
Their advance toward the spiral door.
Yeah, I just need 10,000 more, and I'm getting, what, 100 experience per? Oh, 2,000. Okay. Tamris was nearby. I know Tamris is immediately nearby. He's a wandering street boss. There he is. Basically, I don't feel like my character is strong enough to enter Celestia proper. I understand that Celestia was nerfed and is more not as painful of a leap in difficulty. The only caveat that I have is if I go in too early, it's not going to matter. Because one of the rules is I have to level lock my character, and if I'm level locking at level 46, I'll never get access to critical rating. So how do I survive Celestia level locked at a level that shouldn't be there to begin with, followed by not having any form of way to do critical blocks? If you could solve that catch-22, I don't have Scarecrow. Scarecrow does not exist right now. Scarecrow requires higher level that I am not. Right now, Ship of Fools is my only AoE death spell. Yeah, I understand treasure cards exist, but those weren't supposed to be used as a, yes, immediate remedy. They were supposed to be used as a remedy if I can't. That's the difference. And spamming treasure cards throughout all of Celestia is... doesn't exactly bode well either. Ideally, once I hit level 50, what I should do versus what I most likely will do are two different things. What I should do is question why my pet is cut in half. What the... I'm sorry. Why is the arena cutting my rabbit in half? I don't understand why the arena is cutting my rabbit in half, but okay. If I do threefold fever and monster mash, if I get monster mash back in my hand, I'll be able to do more damage. That's at least worth the pips. But yeah, right now it's a matter of, am I going to survive? No. Is level locking myself and then unlocking myself going to make it so I could survive Celestia? No. So, ideally, the best choice of action would be to get up to level 50 and then get whatever the best level 50 gear is. Now, that most likely will end up... Why did I hit empowerment? I already got threefold. Let's do a Spirit Blade. But would be to farm the Dungeons and Dragons, Cryptis, and creatures. I don't know. The D&D dungeon gauntlet. If I get the D&D gauntlet gear, that should be able to power me through Celestia. In theory. Now, I have done that dungeon solo, so it's not that big of an issue. I am not going to get Monster Mash, am I? Well, like a mines, apparently. Yep, I'm not going to get Monster Mash, so Wraith it is. I mean, that's a good amount of healing, too. Fire Vein. With the Irate Banshees. Or the Ghastly Slaves. I thought I was done dealing with the slaves. Those were in Crocotopia. Why are there ghostly versions here? I did not sign up to fight more slaves. God, I have to get used to this again. Okay, this should at least get rid of the bloody slave. Be free. I know it's a little ironic, a necromancer doing this, but considering arguably I'm stealing their energy to increase my health span, so there's an argument that I'm not the good guy in that regard. Waste of a school pip, I'll give that one. The other thing is I don't want to waste, we'll do the damage because it'll get rid of that trap on me. No, it won't. It used to. And I think Wraith will do it. The other thing is I know I'm going to want more defense. Yeah, plus 100% damage. Yeah, I'll take that. Not high enough, apparently. Add some more traps again. Get another, now would have been a good time for empowerment. This is a spell that I actually am terrified at my level of. Well, not terrified now because I swear this pet knows when I get hit with heavy spells. I swear. It's a good rabbit, don't get me wrong, but I swear my rabbit only heals me when I'm getting hit by heavy attacks. And going with Lord of Night with this should be more than enough damage now. There's a point where the damage just doesn't work, and I'm pretty close to that point where the damage doesn't work. And what I mean by that is the damage that I'm outputting isn't necessarily the problem. The problem, I would say, is Poniard of the Worms. The main issue, I would say... Hello, Rendor.
This isn't the news I was hoping for. I don't want to alarm, but he thinks the Titan will rise again. That will be the final end for everyone in Dragonspire. As for the rest of the spiral, I can only hope the truth or not. It's up to you, young wizard. You've got to take things to the top. We need to get rid of General Greystone.
Yep. That was a close one. I'm betting there's going to be a Firebird in there. That's what I'm thinking the minion's going to be. Firebird, Sunbird, whatever they're called.
How did you find
No,
me?
it's an...
You'd better tell me, or I'll crush you into jelly.
Nope, just an irate banshee. After this battle, I will have to go on a break. So after this battle, I will be back shortly. Hey, Dawn. So, one of the rules I have for this playthrough is I'm supposed to do everything solo. Now, that rule has been broken in the past multiple times over. So, at this point, that rule is still there because I still want to try to have that rule set if anyone wants to try to repeat this. But at the same time, I'll just do Lord of Night to get rid of the minion. But basically, it's a pseudo Nuzlocke run at which, right now, I'm supposed to be going into Celestia. And I can't go into Celestia because I'm under level. I understand that Celestia... it has been nerfed, but, man, thank you, by the way. I understand that Celestia has been nerfed, but at the same time, since I level lock myself when I enter the world proper, I do not get that. I would not get access to the stuff I would need to survive. Not Dragonspire. Survive in Celestia. The one stat that I know you need more than anything, and this is from old school Celestia knowledge here, but the one main thing you need is critical block. Otherwise, you're going to have a rough time dealing with the mobs in Celestia. But how's your day going? And I meant to ask Haven that question as well. Again, I swear my pet knows when I'm getting hit by a large attack. I don't know how else to put it. Let's get rid of the empowerment and all that. Lord of Night would be good for now to get that penalty on the boss for to potentially do a monster mash. Congratulations on finishing your finals. Threefold Fever, yes please. Then Monster Mash, being the hit of this tower. I'll take that damage output. Hello, Humunga Frog, a spell that, again, let me put it like this. Dawn, just so you're aware, when it comes to this character, in Season 1 of this playthrough, of this character, so Arc 1, Season 1, I had an issue with the mobs and the bosses of every world until I got to Dragonspire. When I got to Dragonspire, then I started feeling threatened. What I mean by that is I beat Wizard City at level 1, and mobs that should have been using 2-pip spells, say, the Harvest Lord, Lord Nightshade, those bosses refused to use 2-pip spells. They only would cast the Blade, the Trap, and the 1-pip spells. Now, either that's because I was level 1, or I got incredibly lucky. But here's the thing, if you look up top, you'll notice that there's a scoreboard. So, what's the scoreboard? That is me keeping track of how well I am doing. Death is not a end-all be-all for this Nuzlocke. It is a... Is it a setback? Yes. Am I being killed? Honestly, the animation given says otherwise. It is stating that I am being knocked unconscious. So, there's a catch-22 with the whole, are you being killed? If you're being knocked unconscious, then you're not dying. The other thing is, the mobs sort of leave you for dead as well, so there's that catch as well.
You are an exceedingly brave
Thank you.
to take on such fierce opponents. I can rest well now knowing that the living are up to the task of defending Dragonspire.
Talk to Sunbrand in the Drake Hatchery. So go to the Basilica. Basically, yes. And it's based on each world. So if you notice, let me pull up OBS on my other screen so I can read it a little bit better. 0 deaths. So beating the world with 0 deaths gets me the gold, which is 3 points. If I die if I die 1 to 5 times, I get silver, which gets me 2 points, and bronze is 10 deaths. Upwards of 10 deaths. Anything beyond 10 I get a 0. When I completed Arc 1, I completed it with a 14 out of 15. I died, I think, like twice. I was knocked unconscious twice. So, as a death wizard, there's the likelihood of you completing at least Arc 1 from my statistics, from what I have been running, from what I have had happen in all of Season 1, there's a 93% chance you could at least beat the, I didn't remember, no, the Drake Hatchery is part of the Necropolis. You can beat, there's a 93% chance you could beat Arc 1 without the need of anyone for a death wizard. Now, I've also been using the crafting gear when it's applicable. In this case, if I were to look at the gear comparing what I have, which would be the fairy boots. Now, those boots I got from the loyalty store. I have not spent any crowns in the crown shop on this character. So, there's that as well. So, crown shop wise, I haven't done anything with crowns on this character except for the loyalty store. So, that is what? 4 packs every month. I would argue that's not pay to win, considering that is honestly a resource everyone has access to. So, the gear I am currently wearing what could arguably be seen as the best Death School hat for level 45. Blackrock's Obsidian Drapes has probably the best stats possible. Raiment of the Night Infernal. I'm probably going to end up going after the Dungeons and Dragons gear for level 50. I don't plan on using crowns. I plan on either using what I have access to. Like, right now, if there's anything that's better than the Goth Fairy Key Shoes, like the Dark Elf Palderon, that would be helpful when I switch over, when I need to do fishing. Those are why I'm keeping those. So, is there a way to lock this? I think there is, I just don't know how to do it. But right now, the Dragon Rider's staff compared to the Eerie Fairy Umbrella, I'll take the Fairy Umbrella because that gives the equivalent of the Sky Iron Hasta for my death spells. Reaper's Blade plus... Honestly, at this point, I don't believe I need... No, I still need the Arch Mastery because I'm not level 50. I still need the Arch Mastery gem to be able to pull off the spells I'm pulling off, which you get... The best part is you could buy that in Wizard City at level 20. Not even level 20, at level 10. Hello, Castamere. Okay, I didn't realize I'd be going further. I thought Sun Brand would be in the Drake Hatchery as a dragon. Ah, there you are. Yes, you are a dragon.
Please help me, young wizard. enemy on my own.
Drake Enforcers, i.e. Death School, i.e. what I'm casting. Great. Okay, that's fine. I can eat through their resistances pretty easily. Aye. I'm getting some nice heat generated under the scale mail, that's for not sure. Let's see. Ideally, I'd want to get a death trap on both of them, but I don't have a death trap, 2 death traps. I can either brute force it, or I can hit, which would be the brute force, or I gamble. I'll gamble. But, basically, right now, since Arc 2 is 0 out of 0, I haven't started it. The other rule is, as I stated before... Okay, I'm just going to have to attack. As I stated before, I beat Wizard City at level 1. Now, that does not mean I didn't gain the levels. I didn't. After I beat Lord Nightshade, I immediately leveled up. Then I went to Krokotopia, at which Krokotopia was divided into thirds, and I let my curiosity get the better of me. And after I beat Pyramid of the Sun, I level unlocked and locked just out of curiosity. And for Krokotopia, I was able to do that. That was easily measured. Marleybone, not so much. Mushu, not so much. And Dragonspire, technically I could have done that because each ring would have gotten you 1/3 of the way through Dragonspire. However, that did not happen either. So, with Celestia, initially, I planned on not having my level locking rule. That was before King's Isle nerfed Celestia. Now, I do not trust that Celestia is properly nerfed to the point where a level 45 could survive without critical block. I do not believe Celestia has been nerfed in a way that makes it so low levels, i.e. anyone below 50 can survive without needing level 50 gear. Now, I am most likely wrong, and I hope that I'm wrong. But as I played Celestia through with the original amount of cheating bosses, with the original amount of damage they were outputting, I do not see King's Isle fully making that world any easier. Because every world that came after Celestia was easier. If I had to repeat, now technically having to playing from level 1 to max level is you're repeating. But having to repeat, like if I had to repeat an entire world, it would not be Celestia. I would gladly repeat, say, Azteca or I would gladly repeat Azteca. I would gladly repeat Chrysalis from the start. Because those two worlds, with Chrysalis in particular, not Crystals, Azteca. Azteca is a world that we cannot, well, I don't want to say that because that's, the game's, you know, almost 2 decades old at this point, so spoilers don't really exist at this point. But for old content like this, and by old content I mean Arc 2 compared to Arc 3 and 4, and are comparatively newer. Well, Arc 4 is comparatively newer, but Arcs 1 and 2, even though Arc 1 got a massive overhaul, the other aspect I want to point out is I also don't like the fact that they intermix the mobs in Dragonspire. I get that it was supposed to be in ruins and all that, but still. Terror Warlocks, Terror... There we go. There's a set of Terror Wing Enforcers back to back. To back, to back, to back. Perfect. Okay, I also got my Death Prism. But with, that, it was... I'm trying to... One of the other rules for this is I have to have the best of the best gear. Now, that does not mean level. Accurate gear. Best of the best gear just assumes that the gear you have is the best that it can be. Now, if I was wearing level 45 gear, I would be losing so many stats due to the level 40 gear. Now, considering I'm probably going to be farming the Dungeons and Dragons Gauntlet for level 50 death gear, that's going to be where we get into some interesting catches, because the level, that gear set is already busted, and at level 60, you have the option of zigzag gear or waterworks gear, both of which are really good. Now, normally, the question becomes, is the level 50 gear from the Gauntlet better than waterworks? That's going to be where the issue lies. You're dead, sir. We could do threefold fever. So if the Gauntlet gear for the Dungeons & Dragons thing is better than the waterworks gear, that is going to be very telling. Because for the longest time, waterworks gear, I believe, even still to this day, waterworks gear is considered the best gear in game for level 60 onward, where you have people who have claimed that the waterworks gear is able to take them all the way to level 90. With that said, it's like, okay, Sorry, I love fiddling with this so much. But, if that's the plan, then would the level 50 gear be worth it? Okay, Sunbrand.
You've done it. With the slavers dealt with, most of my kin will be able to. Though you have done much to. Though others are missing, I am most worried about my brother, Farinor. Can you seek his spirit inside Skythorn Tower?
Just mark my location so I can get back there. The other thing is, I know that King's Isle is trying to overhaul the game, and they're wanting spell weaving to be the forefront. So, this is, now I'll give, this is all speculation on this part. I am basically thinking the developers are trying to rebalance the game. Now, why do I think that's the case? Well, we are getting new stat blocks that we weren't getting beforehand. The flat damage, the flat resistance, those are new. Now, why do I think that they're wanting to add this? I think, and this is, again, me speculating here, they're wanting to push all the percentile damage bonuses we get to level 50 and above. Why do I think they're wanting to do this? Critical rating is a percentile damage increase. If you're having one system that relies on percentiles, then you're going to want to make it so instead of starting off with percentiles, you're starting off with flat damage. Sure, flat damage is not great currently, but because of the gems, the affixing mechanic where you can increase your flat damage output, like if I were to go Poniard of the Worms, like plus 10 flat fire damage for a fire wizard, plus, oh, well, that's plus 11, not 10. Okay. But all of these are straight damage increases. They're flat damage increases, so they only add a flat number to your spell cards. But prior to level 50, where critical rating barely exists, unless you get lucky with a pet, at low level to get critical rating early on, you're not going to have critical hits. Break your bones with fists like stone. Ah, I see. We can rhyme. I would like to have a blade, please. My main gripe right now is just, if they want, the thing is, they want to move in my opinion, they want to move the percentile to level 50 and above because of critical rating. We already have percentile damage increases in the early game, and that is basically the blades and the traps. And that's just so you can learn that's to reinforce the basics of blade, trap, attack. Putting threefold fever on avalanche might be a good idea just as a precaution, because I do not know if you heal or not. And I said I was going, after the last fight, I was going to go AFK for a bit. Okay, I need to do that, so I will be going AFK after this fight. And yes, you do heal your minion. Oh, and your minion heals. I'm sorry, did that glitch and almost give me the heal? I don't want to waste that. Empowerment might be a good idea. Because he could easily hit me with Phoenix or Centaur at this point, and getting a few extra... Storm Shark! Ship of Fools should take out the, minion. Yeah, it should have taken out the minion. Yep. Now to... But basically, that's where I see them trying to push the percentile. Then we have the critical rating. Now, with everything else in Arc 2, the critical rating plus percentiles makes sense. Arc 3, I believe, is your shadow magic plus your, trying to think what else. Shadow magic plus your, can't think of it. I think it's a pip chance. I have not. My highest level character is in Arc 3. I have never hit the level cap. And I've played this game since when it came out, so that's telling you that I'm gladly taking my time with this. But there isn't a reason to add flat damage and gems that increase flat damage unless that's what they're trying to plan for the low levels. Moving beyond that, there is... The thing is, we need... And I know this is going to be controversial to say, but we need to lose. We need to lose badly. I know Azteca, technically we lose. And it gets brought up time and time again in Chrysalis. But at the same time, we need to have that massive setback. Now, during Season 1, there was no challenge. The only challenge was Dragonspire. Dragonspire was the only challenge in all of Arc 1 because
Have my gratitude. Such bravery is unexpected in one so young, but welcome nonetheless. I am free now. Free at last.
but the problem still resides that we really need to lose badly.
I sensed Varanor's spirit as it was set free. His wings spread. You have done much for the Drakes, and proven yourself, Wizard. It is apparent that the leader of the slavers cast a spell of enthrallment. The rest of those missing Drakes are likely being held in an... I plead with you to leave
Giant
the
homunculus.
grim enchantment, and do what you can to break it.
Okay, I did level up, so just 3 more levels to go. I wonder where the homunculus is. Well, I need the experience. And I forgot I was going to say I need to go on break. Okay, Deer Knight, a couple Deer Knights should be enough to fight this, finish this off. Firebird is dead in 2 turns. And like I said, I know I'm going to have to do another good hit. Oh no, a Dark Fairy. That's what I was talking about when it came to not having any real threat for the first 4 worlds. Even Grizzleheim is giving me trouble solo-wise because of the last quest before Wintertusk, which gets me excited for Wintertusk. Yeah, Firebird is dead. You're not gonna die. I need probably another... I either need Kia or I need another Deer Knight. But, like I said, I do not think... Going back to what I was saying, again, we need to have a devastating setback. Because having a massive, devastating setback would fix some, not all, but some of the potential issues. Okay, consider that, consider first that Darkmoor, the most recent world, is literally 5th edition Curse of Strahd. It is literally a Dungeons and Dragons module. Now, if we're going to be bringing actual D&D stuff into this, then bring in the Spellscarred. I will explain what the Spellscarred is right after this break. Okay, I'm just coming back to give a quick heads up. I am going to have lunch. So there's going to be a good break here for lunch. So wanted to give everyone a heads up on that one. As well as I got to do a few things around the house. So I'll be back. It's basically take out trash and I will be back. Okay. Hup. There we go. Okay, I am back. Don't know if anyone else is still here. Sorry about that break. Okay, let's get back to this. Ah, hello, sloth. No, you cannot be done digging the tunnel. Why did... Okay, I'm not questioning why the boss went for the second spot. Okay, so Spirit Trap, Curse, and then Lord of Night. Just to get the boss taken care of. And then I need one more pip for Lord of Night. Oh yeah, I said I was going to talk about something, didn't I? Spells card. So in Dungeons and Dragons, lore-wise, there was this event that basically has happened in Wizard 101. We just have yet to see the direct aftermath. Now, in Wizard 101, there are basically three deities, three cosmic entities that created everything. You have Grandmother Raven, Grandfather Spider, and Bartleby. With that said, I believe Spider and Raven basically disappeared to parts unknown. So that doesn't exactly help. That fact. But in the case of the Spells Guard, it does. For the Spells Guard, in Dungeons and Dragons, you have an event where basically some creature, some demigods decided, hey, we're going to steal the main god in charge's tablets of fate. These tablets of fate dictated what powers those demigods and all the gods have. Now, that already sounds a little problematic to begin with, but it gets worse. These gods were chaotic evil gods who wanted more power, fitting for chaotic evil. That being said, Kya, the main deity of Dungeons and Dragons went to all of the gods and said, hey, return my tablets. Now, no one knew who took the tablets except for the three who did. And they decided to play ignorant. They decided to play we don't know what you're talking about. Why would we, the chaotic evil gods, want to steal power from an all-powerful being? So, said all-powerful being, sent all the deities, except for Helm. Helm, the god of protection, was left to stand guard to make sure none of the gods returned until the tablets were returned. So, with the tablets gone, magic didn't work. Well, not with the tablets gone. With the all the deities on Faerun, which in this case would be for Wizard101, it would be Grandfather Raven, Grandfather Spider, and Bartleby. Bartleby is currently basically the power source of all magic in Wizard101. So, and we've already had Bartleby get screwed with once by Malistaire with the Eye of History, but at the same time, there's an argument to be said that Bartleby would be the crux. Bartleby would be the... Is this going to be one of the book pedestals I need? Yep.
The Great Council of Wizards, as more wizards and warriors graduated from the academy, their political power grew in Dragonspire.
Makes sense.
One of their number, Alderred, used his knowledge to unseat the king.
Great.
His rule was without mercy, and he was despised by his subjects.
Can anyone say civil war?
The wizards and warriors of Dragonspire
Called it.
united against Alderred and threw him down from his place of power. From that day forth, Dragonspire was ruled jointly by the Council of Wizards, Warriors, and Kings.
Okay, teleport back to Sunbrand. But with Grandmother... So here's the thing. The reason magic didn't work for the Spellscard was because the goddess of magic, Mystra, disappeared. She was also banished down to Faerun. And because she couldn't maintain the weave, which was what was the original concept of magic in Dungeons and Dragons, which we get a little bit of a hint of that with Arc 2.
What's this? How strange. It's a Dragonspire Academy bracelet. The owner's name should be engraved on the inside. The name Ivan Soulsinger is etched on the back of the charm bracelet? That can't be. Ivan Soulsinger has always been a friend to the Drakes. He once fed me ambrosia. Wizard, you must discover the source of this madness. Visit Ivan Soulsinger at Flamewind Tower and discover the truth about this matter.
But basically, Mystra tried to convince Helm, hey, let me back up into where we as gods and goddesses belong so I can fix all the problems dealing with the weave, because the weave was breaking down and no longer functioning. When you have magic not functioning, you get issues. Helm said, asked if she had the tablets. She said, no, that shouldn't matter. I need to do my job. Lo and behold, Helm is doing his job and doesn't let her pass, so she tries to force her way, and Helm ends up killing her because his job is to keep the gods until they return the Tablets of Fate on Faerun.
Weak, young wizard. But don't worry. When I've taken residence in your body, I'll take good care of it. I'll even come to visit you now and again.
Hey, I would have to say Ivan is the only human, no, second only human to survive Dragonspire. Not a big fan that he's a death wizard. But Mistra disappeared and died. The weave is falling apart. Magic only works. Divine magic only works if you are in the vicinity of the vessel that is the god. The only magic that actually works without a problem would be Helm's magic, since he still retained his godhood. But everyone else was banished to Faerun. Now, how would that apply in Wizard101? We already have multiple crossovers with Dungeons and Dragons. We have Morganth with the Shadow Weave, the dark alternative to the Weave. Then we have the so we have the Shadow Weave with Morganth, which doesn't disappear either. I like to make that clear. Morganth is still a problem with Wizard101. The other issue we have is with Grandmother Raven and Grandfather Spider deciding to peace out, we're just going to not interact upon the world anymore. That creates a bigger problem because those are two of the main deities. And that's not even getting into Arc 4, which I barely know anything about because the furthest I've gotten is the start of Arc 3 in Polaris. So with that said, what am I to do but speculate? With the Spellscard, it would make an interesting Arc 5. Having it so magic as we currently know it. If you go to other worlds, your spell deck will work fine. But make it so, but having it so that your spells are I wouldn't say reliant, dependent on the world you're playing in. For example, if Arc 5 had it so the Spellscard happened because we have yet to see the aftermath, the direct aftermath of Raven and Spider just disappearing off the face of the earth. Well, face of the spiral. Then we have our solution. I know vaguely in Arc 4 we accidentally create a god, I think. But even then, that's me speculating on an arc I have not played. But, can thou givest me a prism? But yeah, that's where I'm thinking it's going to have to head. I believe I asked for a prism. I'm going to have to attack regardless. Best attack spell is Wraith. But, that being said, I try to get my thoughts processed because I'm all over the place again. But basically, if those spells are dependent on the world, say you enter a world and suddenly, let's go with Fire School here because that was my main wizard. Yeah, that did squat. I need my prisms. But, hey. Having it so, say, Elephant in a world that is dealing with magic not functioning properly, have Elephant be a 1-pip spell. Have everyone make it so you have to... where instead of, your spells being... oh, wait, did my spell just fizzle? No, all my traps went off, so... I just don't have my prisms. How much of a resistance does this guy have? I'm sorry, what? Why did my spell do the same amount of damage as a ghoul? I'm sorry, what are you smoking? That's like a near 100% resistance. 1 second. That's an 72% resistance. Kia's going to trigger the trap. Pixie would be my best bet, but I need more. I need Monster Mash, and I need more of my traps. I love how I said I need more of my traps. Okay, now we can actually kill this guy. But I'm sorry, the graphics of those ice spikes look like they just changed. My best bet will be Ship of Fools or Lord of Night. $51 points of damage is better than none. Not happy about that, but I'm legitimately running on fumes here. With a plus 50, by the way. Okay, minus 5. Plus that resistance, it's going to be barely anything. I have to pass. I'm going to get hit heavy. Expecting heavier, but threefold isn't going to help me. I'm going to get hit again with a Banshee. Nope, a Trap, Blade, and then Banshee again. Okay, get rid of my duplicates. Trap or Banshee? Trap. I have to hit or I'm going to die. Now, while dying now doesn't really count to my death count for the world, 174, I believe that is just enough to beat him.
Young wizard,
Thank God, Soul Stinger.
our freedom is at last at hand.
Oh, Soul Stinger's blade is better.
Brothers and sisters, away from this dark place.
Okay, teleport to Sunbrand. Pop a potion.
I sense that the spirits of my kin are at peace. You have set them free from their enthrallment.
Yep.
You are a true friend to the Drakes, unlike our false ally, Ivan Soulsinger. Thank you once more, wizard.
Thank you. Quests. The Crucible. Go back to the Terminus. I mean, I get my wand is still better, but I did get this, which is a no auction. Soul Stinger's blade is actually better. This is where I would spend crowns, because I have no clue where to get these. But considering daily quests, that was 45. Daily quests give you 25 crowns to begin with. And the more you complete them, like the more quests you get into the daily quests, the more that increases. So that becomes nil, by the way. I don't need more mana, and I do not need to add more health. I need the mastery of that. Cracked damage, mending opal, dual damaging peridot, cracked damaging onyx, flawed mending. But basically, this is a better weapon than what I was already using. Talisman of the Tower, Crypt Keeper, Square, Final Orbit. I gotta do a square. What do I... Defense. Cracked Universal Defense, and some that are for blocking but require level 55 for defense, and healing. Income. Okay. Come on, let me go to the Necropolis again. Narissa Wormscale. Okay. I might be able to get to 48. If I get to 48, I should be able to learn Scarecrow. And at that point, I might. I doubt. I still doubt it. What I'm terrified by is I'm going to end up mana scale. Like, again, then you have the names of like mana scale and all that. Do I have any other quests here in Dragonspire? Corrupted Earth. That's Cave of Solitude. That is Mushu. Talisman of Disorder. No, I do not. So all of the quests I'm doing now are all the side quests that I should have done.
You there. Have you seen any of my students? I'm so worried about them. After the great raid by the Titan, I always told.
Horned barbarians should be Fleshless Orin Grimcaster. Okay. Again, I don't like fighting the mixed. I do not get a choice of the matter. Yoy. Joy. I love fighting mobs that I don't need to fight. Kia would make sense, but again, I need my Death Prism and power. And then Wraith on you. Yep, dead. Yeah, dead. I heard the hammer fall. Well, not hammer, the axe fall. And again, if I can overpower the resistance, which would be a trap and a blade, top of my head, then we'll be able to get the mana scale sorcerer. Or I could do the Wraith, because I don't think they have as high as a resistance like the bosses do. I believe the bosses have about an 80%, while the peon mobs have barely any resistance. Yeah, barely any resistance when a trap was more than enough to nearly kill him. And a spark collected. Bane. And we got a hat that is... Again, I will state now that I am most definitely... Good, I got 2 Minotaurs. Now I just need Ship of Fools or Deer Knight. Well, if I do Ship of Fools, I'm going to need a lot more than just my blade. Deer Knight, on the other hand, I would probably just need my blade. Lord of Night, I don't need those. I don't need the Empowers. Welcome to the stream. Don't know who joined. Guys are free to chat, though. I love chatting with you guys. Oh, we got Ship of Fools, but we got our blade. Okay. Again, it would be nice if I had Scarecrow, but I don't. So we'll put a curse on you, and then if I could get a trap, I'll put it on the other one, and then Ship of Fools, because at that point, damage-wise, I should be hitting my mark. Well, I did not meet my mark. Oh no, a spell I should be totally afraid of. Honestly, I would be more afraid if this spell was given to the mobs. But then again, they're also going to probably hand over school power pips to the mobs at some point as well. So close. Well, I could do an Mash or Lord of Night. I'll just do Lord of Night on the one that's fully with more health. Overkill is great and all, but there's no need for that much overkill on one Minotaur. Of course, being vomited on by a frog is not on my daily planner. One of them down. Again, I don't need that powerful of a spell. I just need my 0-pip spell at this point. Okay, I guess Mordred wanted to show up. Or not. I guess Mordred's a little busy sharpening his axe. How about you, Mr. Mouse? Are you sharpening your sword? Because apparently that shark sharpens its teeth. No, your sword is still as sharp as ever. Going to need to mark my location by Narissa. Most likely. Because right now it's trying to find the closest quest. It's not going for the ones that are...
Thank you. With the mana sparks we can... There are so if you could help me light them. That way more of my students...
You relight the lamp.
I can see the lamplight again. Thank you, stranger. Now I can find my way home.
Okay, why do I feel like these sparks are the what contain the souls of her students? If each lamp is going to end up having a student,
You relight the...
I can see the lamplight again. Thank you, stranger. Now I can find my way home.
yeah, this isn't going to be horned barbarians. Okay, I thought it was something, I read that as something else.
You relight...
Zanetta Storm. Oh, hello, this is an area I had no clue existed. Huh. No, I've had to... That or I just use the teleporters.
You relight the lamp.
I can see the lamplight again. Thank you, stranger. Now I can find my way home.
How she was able to see all of these lamps from her current location, I have no idea.
You relight the lamp.
I can see the lamplight again. Thank you, stranger. Now
Teleport back to Narissa.
What a relief. I've seen some of my students as they're coming back. With the lamps lit, I'm sure all of them will be at peace. Many thanks for your help, young wizard.
Crystal Grove. Go to the Basilica, because I have no clue where I am supposed to go for that one. Welcome to the stream. Dragonspire Academy. Get the ore. And head to the crystal. Also, here's the thing. They actually could add areas to here. We have this road that we have no clue where it goes to. We could end up... One of the things I would love to see, like with what they're doing with Wizard City, Selenopolis, and Buckingham Palace, well, Barkingham Palace, is an update that expands on these worlds. Buckingham Palace did, Selenopolis did. With Mushu, they've already got the expansion done in Pirate 101. So Mushu doesn't necessarily need a enhancement directly. However, Dragonspire, considering the only time we are here is... Now, you could say that for any world except for Selenopolis. With Wizard City, why are my hands shaking? That's actually noticeable on stream as well. Okay, there we go. But with Wizard City, we have multiple reasons to go back to Wizard City. We have, with Selenopolis, we have a reason to return to Crocotopia. But with Marleybone? Barkingham Palace is one reason. But there really hasn't been anything. Well, Celestia expanded on Marleybone, so arguably I could see that argument, but at the same time, don't really see it being as crystal clear. Okay, Zarek, you happen to know Prospector Zeke?
Little wizard, I've got a favor to ask you. When the Titan army came through, she must have gotten scared and run off. I've been you go and do my check at the center platform of this grove to start with. I've looked almost everywhere else.
This is the right place, but there's no sign of
Cinder is probably, grown up in one of these ancient, crystal weavers. Just saying, Zarek.
I was sure this isn't the first time. I'm not sure where it went. I'm so worried about my little pet. Hope she's not in any trouble.
Again, I'm pretty sure if they grew up, they're one of the either ancient, because you're a ghost, or oh boy, this is a risky gambit. Emberlight Tower. But again, the thing I'm wanting to point out is, unless the crystal spider is also a ghost, it's probably grown up and joined the others. Bale? Yes. I firmly believe I am killing a devil right here. And he's Storm, oh thank Lord that he's Storm. Okay, so first things first. Empower. Take the damage to kill the minion. Since when do ice peons cast Ice Prism? Let's see. We're going to want to do Wraith on the Crystal Mancer. Welcome back, Dawn. God, I still have to get reused to wearing all of this. I used to wear both of these early days into streaming, but I had to stop wearing these ones because basically because they started to get some wear and tear. Like, I have a few pieces from the scale mail missing, and I don't know how to repair it. But at this point, I've gotten them as repaired as I can get. So, you should have died, but that's not going to matter. But, Dawn, I'm guessing you were gone during the part where I was explaining the spell card from Dungeons and Dragons. Now, I don't know for certain about Arc 4 at all. I know in theory, from Chupo at least, from what I've heard from Chupo's whole recounting, we get to deal with a god of our own making. but at the same time, that's not really the same thing. As what I'm talking about. With the spell scarred, summarizing it, because I went in great detail in the stream about it, the gods were banished from... Ah, okay. Didn't know if you knew that already. It would be interesting because imagine if, say, Deer Knight was a 8-pip spell and did like 2-3 times the damage output. Go with Ship of Fools. I love how funny it is that I got that spell in place. Because they can make it so... King's Isle could make it so all the spells, depending on the world you're on, if you're in arcs 1 through 4, then your cards behave normally. Because the effects of Raven and Spider disappearing to parts unknown wouldn't have taken effect yet. We don't... Again, they've disappeared to parts unknown. Bartleby's the only one left. So what would happen to, say, Bartleby? Let's do Kia, Curse, and then the Threefold Fever. Then get old, can't remember the artist. Dang it. We'll invite the Crypt Kicker 5. Make that a little bit longer because now we have another blade. Going to need an extra power pip. I know that for a fact. Threefold Fever, and then hopefully we get a power pip. No, a regular pip. Okay, in that case, another trapped. Really wish one of those were lightning, not ice or death. Thank you, my rabbit friend. Very much thank you. Again, I swear he only heals when I am getting hit hard. Don't need another Threefold Fever. What I need is a Power Pip. Or a Death Pip, that works too. Monster Mash does more damage than Wraith in this case. And I'm pretty sure I one-shot this guy. Tiny bauble? What? I got a ring called Tiny Bauble. Okay. After we turn in this quest, I'm going to mark location and go to the bazaar. Because I am somewhat curious how much...
What? There was a crystal mancer in there? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to send you into danger. Thanks for getting the whistle.
No problem.
Now we've ruled out the house. Sometimes you go into the... Watch out, though. If there was one crystal mancer, there's bound to be more of them.
Mark location, go home, go to Wizard City, sell off the loot. And one of the best ways we could actually, one of the better ways that KI can actually bring the spell scarred is have Bartleby die. If they have Bartleby die, then the magic wouldn't work. But killing off Bartleby is very controversial to begin with. Plus, the, spiral door is inside Bartleby, so unless we get a, yeah, I believe it's Moros who dies. Wait, no, you can't kill an undead tree. Never mind. Sorry about that. I'd like to sell the equipment. Veil of Leaves. Of course, some of these aren't going to sell that well. Actually, that is selling rather well. That one, not so much. Examiner's outfit. Yeah, doesn't help me. Blizzard Cloak. Great for ice resistance, but not doing a resistance build. Sepulchra. Storm Collars. Undead Vestment. Raiment of Legendopia. So, again, Crown Shop can't sell those. I made that. It was actually really good gear. So I'll gladly sell it. And now the gear that's barely worth anything. Okay. Boots of the Undead. Moccasins of Mortality. Still not any better. Aeons, Dark Elf Palderons, Crypt Keepers. I have a lot of Crypt Keepers. Slippers of the Burning Sands. Slippers of the Badlands. And Soothsayer Sandals. Terminus. Sky Iron and Wand of the Scarab. I have two of them because one of them's a stitched item. Poniard Worms. Reaper's Blade. Shatterhead's Jewels, are you sure? Yes. Either way, you shatter the gem anyway, so it doesn't matter. Tiny Bauble. Crypt Keeper's Band. Okay, there we go. So we actually got, from 9,000, we got 20 grand. Now then, if I go to buy, the best ring, well, circle gem I can get is this one for plus 12 flat damage. Which you can see why I said earlier that this looks to be what they're planning, because afterwards, yes, you still get your flat damage, clear damage, but at max level, it's critical, maybe like 145 has a damage, but again, at that point, you're not giving a care about the damage output. Let's see, is there... I highly doubt buy equipment, boots, level 45. If there's anything better than plus 13 death fighting, I will be... Well, 13 percentile. I will be surprised. 7, 7, 4, 5. And now we're back at 40s. So, yeah. But with Grandmother Raven and Grandfather Spider disappearing off to parts unknown, those two have more of an effect than anything on the storyline. They have more of an effect of if they disappear. Which is why I'm saying, since they disappeared, that's when the spell scars should be starting to go into effect. And that's if they decide to keep borrowing from Dungeons and Dragons. At some point, they're going to have to probably reach out to Wizards of the Coast and ask permission, because I'm pretty sure they are cutting very, very close to copyright infringement on D&D. The reason I say that is Darkmoor, again, is nothing but Curse of Strahd. I'm pretty sure the Crystal Master's not in here. I'm pretty sure it's a Blighted Free Rooter. Well, to be fair, I was somewhat expecting to be attacked. Upside is they're not death. The only part that I don't like about this is it's not welded. The chain link is not welded, therefore I am dealing with feeling like I need to itch when it's not really me needing to itch. Well, Threefold Fever would be great, but we don't necessarily need Threefold Fever. I could go with the blade, though. I gotta look at the death gear, possibly. For, like, the vestments of Legendopia. Or Legendaria. I think it's Legendaria. But that, again, requires me to be level 50. Pass and Ship of Fools next turn. Hey. Yeah, that's even more weight on my shoulders. So that's not great. Yeah, without the chainmail, the lighting gets wonky now. Good to know. Dead and dead. Go to Spider Hive. I wonder, am I going to where the blue light is? So, Dawn, where are you at? Out of curiosity. How much you want to bet I'm going to be jumped again? Not a big fan that you exist, but that's what you are for. Hey, okay, Death Blade. Yeah, putting this back over is not fun. I need to take this off again. There is a point where the weight... My baby Death Paladin. Aye. Well played. Currently questing my baby Death Paladin too. Aye. But yeah, basically there's a point where I have to take off the chainmail because of that weight. I prefer wearing it for the entire stream, but I've more than exceeded what I would normally do for a stream. Because I'm trying to get leveled up. How much damage is it doing? More than enough to kill it next turn. Nowhere near enough to kill that one. Actually, no, 132 would have been enough to kill it next turn. This is overkill. But yeah, typically I'll try to keep the chainmail on as long as I can, but this piece I haven't worn in a while, so the weight was what was getting to me at the very end. And go to Spider's Lair. Typically, by the way, just to bring you into the loop. Okay, this is a safe crossing. When I do play Wizards, I usually do stream at on the weekends. But I don't like doing stuff off camera unless it's tedium, like Nice. How much you want to bet I'm going to get jumped again? And I still get dragged from halfway across. Again, at this point, experience is experience. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just complaining that I'm getting dragged all the time. But yeah, typically I end up going for about an hour, hour and a half for streams. And considering I started this, what, at 10:30 in the morning and it's 2? Yeah, this is probably going to be one of my longer streams. Note, I do save these on my channel, so yeah. I don't delete them. I should download them and edit them. God, that would be a supercut and a half. And the fact that I've gotten 41 views has surprised me. Again, why do you have that prism? I don't understand why you would have that prism. I also know this is probably going to be a very controversial take as well, but I would find it hilarious if now I don't see King's Isle doing this. I would find it hilarious if someone made a fan Wizard101 battle simulator, not like tabs, but more on the lines of where you have this arena fight and you could use your Wizard101 spell deck, so you could copy your spell deck over, and the enemies had basically the pitch that was given for Hello Neighbor, where it would use a evolutionary algorithm to basically have the enemies learn. It would be interesting to see if they could pull how that would affect Wizard101. Like if the enemies actually learned the strategies you, the player, use. Because I could see that being how you would be able to implement the gambit system into PvE without it well, it would be forced, I'll give it that, but with it feeling more natural because the enemy is learning. So you can't use the same strategy 20,000 times over. Again, I know, controversial, I'll give it that, but it's still, with the amount of servers that King's Isle has that are empty 90% of the time, it's not like they couldn't do it. Again, part of me is also, like, I play Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, so my whole thing is Nemesis system, followed by the whole teasers of what Hello Neighbor was supposed to be. Dead and dead. Teleport back. Nickel. I swear you're meaning to get us killed, Zarek.
No sign of her. Even with the whistle, right? I'm mighty sorry you had to. Maybe they scared off Cinder and counted on someone coming to look for her. I don't want to believe it, but maybe my little Cinder is lost forever. The only other place she could be is that other grove, and I don't think I can take any spider. Do you think you could go to the center platform of the other grove and blow the whistle there?
Consider.
If she's anywhere to be found, she'll be there.
Okay, we also have him to deal with.
Watch your step, little wizard. Look, I need some help getting the spider population in check. Could you go look for spider egg clutches in this grove and clear them out? It's the only way.
There we go. Ah, there's Cinder, and yes, Cinder is a ghost. Let me just get rid of these eggs first. And the ones that I broke earlier should have respawned by now. Yep.
These spiders can thank you, but you've done a good deed. There seems to be a lot. I hate to do this, but there are still too many spiders for this grove. Could you hunt down some spiders and thin out the cluster?
Yes, but let me go take out this boss first.
You blow the whistle.
Ah, yeah, it's defeat Vika Mark Maker. And yep, Cinder is a ghost. Okay. Again, you're not death school, so I'm happy. What I need is the Death Trap and Lord of Night on the minion. Ugh. I'm sorry, stun block doesn't matter when I don't stun. Faint, curse, and then a couple more bonuses will help. Again, like I said, I know for a fact if it was for my lighting, as I'm clipping, while wearing the chainmail, it doesn't have that big of an effect, but right now it does. And I don't know why I'm clipping through. I think that's as close as I'm going to get where I'm not clipping. Death Trap, Life Trap, and Myth Trap. Yeah, that's the closest I'm going to get. So I don't know if my green screen is flickering or not. But don't need the other two feints. I need the Death Blade. Again, I don't do storm magic. Well, no, I am supposed to be doing storm magic too, but I need Threefold Fever and Monster Mash if I want to try to one-shot this boss. But if I want to try to one-shot this boss and heal, I need Wraith. Or Lord of Night. Lord of Night comes pretty close to a Wraith. Yeah, I would argue that is a manual critical overload. I would argue that was a critical overload. Honestly, I think the wand attacks are going to be more than enough. Really? Ah, the Pixel of Health.
The pet looks thankful and happy. You tell her that the miner is looking for her. She appears to understand and scurries off.
Okay, so Zarek wants me to take out... Not Zarek. Someone else wants me to take out South Grove spiders, so you want me to do that. I'm going to mark my location here now. Teleport back to Zarek.
I just saw my little Cinder. Thanks for saving her. You're a hero to the both of us.
I'm a little annoyed that that fight didn't count. Honestly, I am, because that's like, that was a spider in the Southern Grove. And it didn't count. Spirit Blade, and again, I just need Ship of Fools or Mordred. Deer Knight. Keep calling him Mordred because I know my Arthurian legend. Yeah, dead in one more turn. Verdant Investment. this point, I'm not exactly questing, I'm just grinding levels. Thing is, I'm going to want 2 training points in Celestia. I know that for a fact. Because there are 2 spells I'm going to want to... No, those spells don't exist in... They exist in Azteca. Okay. Neither one of them died. Oh, that's just a right shame. Mordred will finish them off. Off with their heads. They're spiders, after all.
It was for the best. Hopefully your work will calm things down and let the population adjust. I'm afraid that we've only dealt with the symptoms of the problem. Something big is throwing things out of... I suspect the real problem is that there are too many spiders being born. There might be an extra queen spider. That would be very bad. Go check out Firewing Tower and see if there's a renegade queen spider there. If there is, exterminate her.
There's too many spiders. Kill the clutches. Still not enough. Oh, I know. Kill the peons. No, that didn't work. Okay, go fight this thing. I doth not see a giant spider. I just see a normal-sized spider who is going to not be having fun. Oh. I find it funny you think that's going to stop me. And I find that even more pathetic. Why are these mobs, of all the mobs in the game, for levels 1 through 50, still using rank 1 spells? And they're not even the Spellment versions! If they were the Spellment versions, then I wouldn't be having this big of an issue, but they aren't. More crystal spiders. And Deer Knight. Guess Mordred sharpening his axe. Hey. Can I just say, for the people this is one thing I heard recently about the community. For the people that are complaining about the whole spell fusion system, weren't we already doing that? Arguably with enhancements and the transformation treasure cards that turn, say, Phoenix into Thunderbird. Weren't we already using that mechanic, basically? Like Sharpened Blade and Potent Trap, those are enhancement cards. That you have to click on another card, so I don't understand where the problem is. Put a 70 on both because I have both of them. Mass Feint would be a pretty awesome spell to have, but I swear anything over 500 points of damage, he heals me. I do not know what is causing him to heal me as constantly as he is, but I am glad he does. Literally almost every single fight I've had today, he's healed me. As for stats, they're not even maxed out. Do I need... I gotta do Ship of Fools on top of it? Yeah, I do. It's only going to do 186 points of damage. I do not like the high brightness on these two right now. That should actually make it so they'll die in one more turn. Ow! That is the first time I've been hit for 1,000, I think. So much for that plan. One of them's going to die. The other one, not so much. The other one survived. Not a big fan that it survived. Not a big fan that I was actually taken to immediately half health. Spire Ruins and more Spider Silk. Please be the boss. How are... Besides the obvious magical spider... Faceted spike spinner. Well, immediately I'm going to go with Pixie. Spell that is not of consequence and shouldn't be used at this level of combat. Oh, look at that! A trap. I need threefold for her. I need that for her. I need that for her. I need that for her. So, I need to get rid of the minion, and I need spells to do so. Lord of Night on him, that one would be good. Swarm. No, not Swarm. Now probably Swarm or Sandstorm. No, 5-pip. That could be... Nope, it was Swarm. Powerful Swarm, but not super deadly. Gets not every time. Thank you, my rabbit friend. Okay, Lord of Night. Do you only have one eye? Okay, like I said, I need this, that, and that. So I need Spirit Trap. Need Spirit Trap. I need Faint. I need Threefold. You're going to put a trap on me. Weakness, of course. Don't need another Threefold. Don't need another U. Don't need another U. Don't need another U. I need Monster Mash. Monster Mash is my best attack spell. There we go. Monster Mash bonus from Mob. Plus 75, plus my spoot, plus my damage from my boost from my gear. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I pissed Spider off. That could hurt, actually. Oh, now you played smart. I'm going to have to do a multi... I'm going to have to do Deer Knight to get past that shield. So that way I could get some good damage going through. Go with Pixie. This is the longest fight I've had today, I think. So, I was hoping to get to level 50 today. I didn't want to go with another week of doing side quests. I just didn't want to do another week of side quests so I could actually get onto the main storyline. Not a big fan that you have that in your repertoire either. Ship of Fools isn't going to be enough. I need Wraith, basically. Perfect timing. Please do enough damage, because this is drawn on long enough. Thank you. Go to location, because I am done wanting to fight. I'm done fighting.
There, that's better. You may not notice it just yet, but I believe that the spider population... Thank you, young wizard, for your seeing how bad things are here. I'm now concerned about the spiders in the other grove. Would you mind terribly getting me some samples from the spider lord? It would help so much.
Okay, I need to take another break. I know the last one was long for lunch and all that, but I've been fighting nothing but spiders. Honestly, I don't know if he's just an arachnophobic person or not, but... Also, my camera's bugged out. So, yeah, I will be right back. Just resetting my camera by entering character selection again. Actually thinking about it. I'm going to end the stream here. I don't want to do another stream where I'm doing side quests. So this week, when I have free time, I will be doing side quests to get up to level 50. I want this. I do not like Season 2 starting off with 5 streams of straight up side quests trying to get to level 50. This has been the slowest grind I have ever done. And I am a little tired of having all of these. If I go to my channel quickly, this will be the 4th episode of nothing but side quests and me struggling to get to level 50. So I'm done. This is going. So next stream we will finally be breaking into Celestia. I will do off-camera questing. I don't want to do it, but at this point I don't have a choice because we've gone through 4 hours here, minus the break. Which will say, so 3.5 hours here. So, 4 hours today, 8 hours, 10, 11 hours. We've been struggling to get to level 50. So, yeah. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next episode. Next episode, we will be level 50. If you're new, please hit that subscribe button. And I hope you've enjoyed this stream. I know I had a little bit of a rant at the end. So, again, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next stream.